if anything you want me to do about that.
I don't necessarily have any inherent concern with somebody seeing something. If we had an accident on 93 that we're here litigating, we wouldn't exclude anyone that's been on 93. If defense wants something, maybe just a generic question that she agrees not to consider anything in reaching her determination of the facts of the law. But beyond that, I have no inherent concern about that.
I was going to say maybe just an instruction that she consider whatever she saw during the view and not consider knowledge that she has that is independent of that. It's a little bit.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to do because she's going to watch the video from inside the bar, and I mean she's in a slightly better position than other jurors to know the layout. I'm not sure that makes a big difference. Okay. Okay. So I guess what I'll do is I'll say generically to the jury that some of you may have gone to the GOAT in the past, because jurors are drawn from the community. We anticipate they might have some experience with the locations, and there's nothing wrong with that, and leave it at that. Okay. I had another question. The jurors asked one of the bailiffs a question about taking notes, so I'm just going to explain to them if this not to allow them to take notes, and explain why that is. So, okay, and then we can.
And everyone's cell phone is turned off on Simon's note, please.
Okay.
All rise for the jury. May be seated.
Okay, before we continue with the testimony, a couple of housekeeping matters. So one of the jurors on the view asked a question about having been to the GOAT in the past, and so there's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't create a conflict. So if any of you have been to that establishment before, that's not a problem. Jurors are drawn from the community in which the events are alleged to have occurred, and one of the expectations is that you might be familiar with the location, sometimes not. Some people are, obviously come from throughout Hillsborough County, and so some of you may be more or less familiar with those locations, but the fact that somebody happened to have been at that particular location in the past, as long as it wasn't on the night in question, that is not a conflict or a problem in the case. Second, one or more jurors asked a question of the bailiff about taking notes. So that's a complicated question, and sometimes I allow it and sometimes I don't. And typically in a case of a relatively short case like this, I do not take notes. And the reason for that is there are pros and cons to taking notes. You'll probably see me take notes. My job is very different than your job in this process. Your job is to determine the facts and to pay attention to the witnesses and to judge credibility. And so if jurors are taking notes, that may distract you from paying attention to the jurors or paying attention to what's going up on the screens. The other risk with taking notes is that notes are not infallible, and what can happen is, once you're back in deliberations, if you have a disagreement about what a witness may have said or what may have happened during the trial, and one juror says, well, it's in my notes, so that's got to be accurate, that juror then tends to have more power, I don't want to say, but more influence in the deliberations. That's why we have 12 people. The reality is that's a better decision-making process than a single person paying attention. Some of you pick up on different cues and different things, and that's why 12 people decide the case and not just one. So for the purposes of this trial, I'm not going to allow you to take notes either during the trial or don't take any notes to, jot down issues when you're either at home or back in deliberations. Okay? Thank you. All right, ready to call your next witness.
State calls Officer Eric Smith. Just be careful when you go up the ramp.
Or you're seated, if you can just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please have a seat.
And there's water there if you need it for you. There's a microphone in front of you, so I'll just remind you to speak up if I can't hear you, but just so you know that that's there. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Officer Eric Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
And where are you currently employed, Officer Smith?
I'm currently employed with the City of Myrtle Beach Police Department. I was employed with the Manchester Police Department from October 2022 up until October of 2023.
And is that when you moved to Myrtle Beach?
I was
Department?
employed with the City of Myrtle Beach prior to working with Manchester. I have since returned back to the City of Myrtle Beach after leaving Manchester.
And what was your position at the time that you left Manchester PD?
I was a full-time police officer.
And so you're certified in the state of New Hampshire as a full-time officer?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
So I'd like to turn your attention now to January 27th of 2023. Were you working with Manchester PD that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe what the nature of your work was that night?
I was assigned to an off-duty overtime detail at the GOAT.
And what's the general responsibilities of a Manchester police officer working in detail at the GOAT?
It's an overtime assignment where we would just be stationed in that particular instance at the GOAT, and we would just stay inside of the bar. We could go outside, but just to remain on the property for mainly officer presence.
So did the GOAT have their own security there at the same time that you were there?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
And how much of a presence did they have in terms of security?
They usually had several. They would have a couple at the entry door. They would be scattered throughout the bar, a couple near the stage, back door, and throughout the establishment.
So if there was a disturbance while you were working, who would handle it?
The GOAT security.
And then what would your role be with regard to that?
It would just be a backup in case they needed any further assistance. However, there were usually several there to handle any other things that came up.
Were you wearing a uniform when you were working that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you have your standard equipment on you? Like, would you have your duty weapon and everything else on you?
Yeah, it was the full uniform, police radio, taser, firearm, handcuffs, everything.
When did your shift start that night on the 27th?
So the GOAT would hire us from 10 p.m. up until 2 a.m.
And that's after the bars closed then? You're staying through to the end?
Yeah, unless they release us early, but usually right up until 1:30 to 2 a.m.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 33 up on the screen. Is that coming up on the screen in front of you
Yes, ma'am.
also? Do you know what you're looking at in this picture?
Yep, this is the GOAT, the layout of the bar, of the whole establishment.
So if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you to come over to the larger version that's down here. And I know, I've been told if you, actually, do you mind going to the left side of the screen? I was told that we'll pick you up a little better on the microphone. Can you just show us where your position was when you were stationed there?
So this would be the front entrance. So usually I'd be anywhere at the front entry door, primarily in this corner here. So I could pretty much see anyone who came in to the bar. I really didn't go much beyond that. Usually right around here to this general area, and that's where I'd be the duration of the night.
And you mentioned the other bouncers or security that are there. Where in general were people the night that you were there in terms of that type of presence?
So there would always be at least 2 at the entry door, and then scattered throughout. So usually one, this would kind of be like an office area, like a front desk. This gray box would be like a front desk area. You would have at least one here, and then scattered throughout. This is like a back door. I think you would usually have one in that general area to prevent people from leaving out the back door with alcohol, their beverage. But yeah, usually throughout the whole general area, they'd be scattered throughout.
All right, thank you. You can go ahead and take a seat. So you mentioned that you were seeing people as they came in. Were you responsible for checking IDs or screening anyone, or were you just there as police presence?
No, ma'am. The GOAT security is actually pretty well trained at, with their special flashlights at looking at IDs and determining if they're legitimate. So I really never had any, role in checking IDs or anything like that.
How busy about was the GOAT that Friday night?
The GOAT is usually fairly busy. The dance floor area would be pretty well crowded. You'd be lucky to get a seat anywhere in there.
So I'd like to turn your attention now to around 12:40 a.m. What was happening inside the bar around that time?
So I noticed a large rush of people, mainly security, head to the ramp area, which is central to the bar.
And I hate to ask you to get back up, but do you mind just showing us again on the diagram where you're referring to, for the ramp?
So as I stated, I'd be somewhere in that general area, and I noticed that a lot of people were going to this central area where it says ramp right here. And so I pretty much moved from that area to that other area as well.
Okay, thank you. So when you saw people moving towards that area, you're seeing security, can you describe what you did yourself?
The GOAT security had broken up the fight at that point. Everyone was pretty much separated. I really didn't have any role. They pretty much separated them instantly and moved them from that ramp area out to the front exit.
So to be clear, did you see the altercation itself, or did you just see the aftermath?
No, ma'am, I didn't see the altercation.
Were you able to see the individuals that were involved in the altercation?
Just one. I didn't see the actual fight happen, just essentially the aftermath.
Okay, so the person that you saw, can you describe what he looked like, what his appearance was like?
Very tall, heavyset male, white, Caucasian.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe him by where he's sitting and something he's wearing?
Full beard, shaved head, sport jacket, blue tie.
May the record just reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant, Your Honor. Can you describe what the defendant's appearance looked like to you at that time?
He had a laceration on his the left side of his face in the cheek area.
And could you tell if that was bleeding at the time that you saw it?
It was a fresh injury, yes, ma'am.
You described him as being tall. Can you just describe his size for me? Again, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I'm 6'4", and he was taller than I am, so he was at least 6'4", so above average height and above average build.
And when you say above average build, do you mind if I ask how much you weigh?
I weigh about 220,
And would you say that he was that weight or he was bigger than you?
definitely bigger.
And can you describe what his demeanor was like? Like, how was he acting at the time that you saw him?
He was aggravated from just being involved in an altercation.
And I won't ask you to kind of speculate why he was upset, but can you just tell me what you were seeing from him in terms of how did he sound, how did he look?
He was upset and yelling.
So you described that security moved him, and I know you weren't sure who else was involved, but was it all the way out the front door? Can you just explain for us where you saw them go?
So they escorted him from the ramp area, right around this main bar, out the main entrance exit, and he was ejected from the bar.
Okay. And did you follow out of the bar, or where did you go at that point?
I activated my body camera as he was being ejected, and I stopped my body camera. At this point, I was still inside the bar. However, a minute or two after, I did go to the exterior of the bar.
Okay, thank you. So when you take a seat, I'm gonna ask you first a few questions first of all. At any point during that time that you were in the area of the defendant, you said he was yelling, did you ever hear him ask you for help?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever hear him ask anybody else for help?
No, ma'am.
You were talking about your body cam. Can you just explain for the jury how that works? How do you use that as an officer?
The Manchester Police Department, they have a body camera where it will be activated by a wristwatch. So if I press the button 2 times, it would activate the camera. I had my wristwatch attached to my duty belt. So if I pressed it twice, it would activate the camera. The audio would come on after the fact. It's a 30-second delay. So the visual portion of it would be instantaneous. However, the audio would come on after the fact. It would have delay on it.
And is this running the whole time that you're working, or what? At what point do you activate it, or why do you activate it?
I activated it when I determined that there was an altercation.
So
And when
oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, please go ahead.
When I determined that there may be a police involvement, I activated.
So you hadn't been running it the whole time you were on the detail?
No, ma'am.
So I'm going to show you the beginning moments of what's marked as State's Exhibit, or has been entered as State's Exhibit 69. Do you recognize, this is like the still before it starts, do you recognize what we're looking at here?
Yes, ma'am.
That's right, Rita. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Officer Smith, can you just describe for us, first of all, does this look familiar to you? Have you reviewed this footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is this, Dan?
Is it okay if I get up?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So this bar area here would be the central bar that was in the last map of the establishment.
So we're looking into the goat from the perspective that you're standing?
Correct.
And I know it sounds like a strange question, but where on your body is the camera?
It would either be somewhere around my left pocket, because in the middle of my chest would be a zipper to attach my my vest with my equipment, so it would be on my left offset of the center.
Okay. So we're not seeing things from your eye the same way that your eye would have seen it, we're seeing it from lower?
Chest height.
Okay. And you can go ahead and take a seat and sleep. So as we're watching through this, as you'd indicated, there's no sound normally in the beginning when your camera starts?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And does it just turn on automatically at a certain point?
After that 30-second lag time.
Just too far. I will watch this again. So we're seeing you right now where you were initially stationed. When you start to turn, why are you turning? What's going on? Oh, sorry, as you start to move, I should say.
So, like this gentleman, for example, he has that flag on the back of his sweatshirt, hoodie sweatshirt. I recognize that they are security for the GOAT. So when I see them kind of scurrying to a location, it's abnormal and there's something going on.
Okay. So, sorry, I confused the screen with it moving it. But so every time we're seeing that black sweatshirt with a looks like a white flag in the back, those are security?
Yep, it says Whiskey the People with the white American flag. Mm-hmm.
So when you were following right before defendant leaves the GOAT, you described, so there's that Whiskey the People shirt. There's also some black sweatshirts that show like a white goat sign. Were those all bouncers that were?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Mark Barden at Sandy Hook Promise here. When the gunman,
Okay, so all those people that we saw in front of you kind of walking out towards the exterior, those are all GOAT security? Okay. So you started to explain to us, what did you do after this point, after the defendant was kicked out of the GOAT?
It appeared that security had squashed the argument. The parties were separated and he left willingly out of the bar.
So what did you do at this point?
Where I turned off my body camera, I stayed there for about a minute, but then I went outside as well.
And after you were outside, did you observe anything that caused you concern?
Not at that time. I had just been talking to a few people, and as stated in my police report, it had appeared that the argument had ended completely at that time.
What happened at that point?
Shortly thereafter, about a minute or two after I was outside, I heard several pops, which I determined to be gunshots.
And could you tell where those were coming from?
So they were coming from east of my location, which would have been toward the direction of Soho and Bank of America and Elm Street.
What did you do at that point when you heard what you believe were gunshots?
I immediately moved in the direction of the gunshots to where the sound was coming from.
And did you notify anyone of what was happening at that point?
Yes, so I went over my portable radio to notify dispatch that there were shots fired.
And what happened as you started to move in that area towards Soho?
As I took a few steps, I saw 2 or 3 young females in the opening of one of the businesses. It was another entryway, and they were huddled in like a fetal position, and it was clear that they were pretty scared. once I determined that they were okay, I continued past them.
And what did you see as you moved past them down the road?
So after I passed them, I was on the sidewalk at that point, and I continued to walk in the middle of the street, Old Granite Street, to where I found the victim, Timothy Pouliot.
And what did you observe about Timothy Pouliot at that time?
He was on his back, sprawled out.
And about where was he in relation to the other buildings?
He was in the middle of the street, so maybe 10 or 20 feet from the business, from Soho.
Was there anyone else near him at that time?
Yeah, so he had one female on his left side and another female on his right side.
And did you know who those people were
No,
who
ma'am.
were with him? Okay. Did you ever identify who they were at that time?
No, ma'am.
When you said that Timothy Pouliot was lying down, did you make any observations about what his condition was at that point?
Things happened very quickly. I was unable to make contact, view him at all.
What did you do at that point? So after you've seen him lying down and you see the two people on either side, where did you go? How did you know where to go next?
The female who was on the left side of his body pointed and said that the shooter was over there. She specifically said he's got a gun.
And when you say over there, where was this person gesturing? Gesturing, or were they indicating somehow?
Pointing toward the alley beside Soho.
And so what did you do at that time?
As I was standing there, I just rotated my body and was able to identify that the defendant was there with a firearm.
And did you recognize him as the person you had seen in the goat before?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe what he was doing when you first saw him?
He walked toward me a few steps, and then I drew my firearm and pointed it at him.
And you had said he had a firearm when you first saw him?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what he was doing with it, where it was? How did you notice it?
It was in his right hand, and he really wasn't doing anything with it. It was just kind of off to his side.
Were there any other officers on the scene yet, or were you the first there?
Not at that time, however, backup arrived very quickly, approximately 20 seconds after I radioed for assistance.
So you said you drew your firearm
Yes, ma'am.
and you pointed it at him. How did he react?
He instantly put his firearm down on the ground and put his hands in the air.
And what did you do at that time?
I just held him at gunpoint. I notified dispatch that I had one subject at gunpoint, and about 10 seconds later, it was very quick, Officer Beliza came on scene, and he stood to the right of me.
And what happened at that point once he was on scene also?
As I held him at gunpoint, Officer Beliza detained him in handcuffs.
What happened with the firearm? Were you able to see that?
So after,
I should be specific, I'm sorry. The firearm the defendant was holding when you first arrived. What happened with that?
after he was detained, I was able to go up to the firearm and I kicked it back away from him, just so it was safe.
And you indicated Officer Beliza was the one that put him in handcuffs?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other officers on the scene at this point, or was it still just the two of you?
Officer Beliza was the first officer on scene. However, within a minute or two, there were several additional officers who had come to the scene.
So I'm gonna ask you to take a look. Okay, if we shut the lights. So we talked about your body camera. Did you activate your body cam footage again? You activated it the first time when the altercation happened in the bar. Did you activate it a second time?
Yes, ma'am, this was the second activation.
Do you remember about when you activated it, or what made you think to activate it?
When I heard the pops.
So when you heard what you thought were gunshots, you activated it again at that point?
Yes,
Before
ma'am.
you started going down Old Granite Street?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
And have you had, I'm gonna show you what's been entered as State's Exhibit 70. This is about a 2.5 minute clip of the beginning, just the beginning part of your footage. Have you had a chance to review this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does this match your recollection of those first couple minutes after you activated your body cam?
Yeah, yes, this would be Old Granite right in front of the bar.
So again, like with the last time, there's no sound in the beginning, but then the sound kicks in at a certain point?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Is that the person gesturing?
Mm-hmm. You can see her point in the direction.
Put down. Put down. Put it down. Get on your knees. Get on your knees. Get on your knees. Put your arms out. Get on your face. Hey, somebody check in. Shots fired. Guy got shot. I'll get back there. Hey, Sarge. Weapon here. I still have a weapon. Hey, so. Manchester right now. Hey, Sarge, I got the weapon. Okay.
So that part at the end where you're saying, that's your voice that we're hearing on the body cam, Sarge, I got the weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You had mentioned that you kicked the firearm away from the defendant before Officer Beleza put him in handcuffs. Where did it wind up about in that area? I think we could kind of see a little in the video, but is it about where you're standing in this space?
Yeah, it was around the sidewalk. I know there's a snowbank, but it was around the sidewalk.
Did you take any steps to make sure that it was secure after that initial kick?
I never touched it.
Okay. What did you do to, when I'm saying the word secure, I know, did you ever physically touch it yourself?
Never.
Okay.
No.
What did you do to make sure that it was preserved, that somebody could find it?
I stood right next to it for approximately 20 minutes until I was relieved by Officer Gagney. The individual in the leather coat in the video, he was my supervisor, Sergeant Feather. He was the on-duty supervisor that night, and he relieved me at the scene.
Just have to be able to move.
So sometimes evidence comes in part. So the video ends at this point based on some pretrial rulings I made about evidence. So don't speculate about what happened on the video or why you didn't see the rest of the video. That's based on a ruling that I made in connection with this case before this trial started. Okay.
And I have no further questions at this time, Officer Smith. Defense counsel has any questions.
You may, of course.
Good morning, Officer Smith.
Oh, sir.
So, Officer, I'm just going to take you back very briefly to the beginning of the evening. I just want to set the scene again. So if we go over some ground that we've already gone over, I do apologize. So you were on a detail at the GOAT that evening, correct?
Yes, sir.
And by detail, you mean that essentially the GOAT hired you to be there. You were off duty, but you were there in an official capacity.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your job there is essentially to be a police presence, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you still retain all of your official police powers, right? You can detain, arrest, write reports, do all of those things, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
As a matter of fact, you testified that you're in full uniform, you have your radio, you have your service weapon, you have all the equipment that you would normally carry as a police officer when you're on duty, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's kind of the point, right? Like you're there in uniform as a presence in the bar for safety purposes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if somebody committed a crime in your presence at the GOAT, you would have the ability to arrest that person, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And as part of your uniform, you've already stated you had a body-worn camera, and we've already reviewed some of that video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at some point that evening, you had reason to respond, and that's why you activated your camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, just to place this in time, was this close to closing time? Had the band stopped playing? Can you sort of give us a general idea of what was going on at the moment you felt that just prior to this altercation?
It was around 12:30 to 12:45, shortly after midnight. The band had played their last song, and people were starting to leave.
Had the lights been turned on at that point, or were they coming on, to your recollection?
I believe that they turned them on like in phases, like they would have some lights come on, but it wouldn't be fully lit.
Do you recall what time the GOAT closed?
The detail goes until 2 a.m. However, some nights if people cleared out of the bar quickly, we would be signed out around 1:30.
It's fair to say there were still a number of people at the GOAT at the time that the incident took place.
Yes, sir.
Now, you've already told us where you were stationed and why. I'm just going to go through that very briefly with you. You're essentially at the front of the establishment, right? Between the main portion of the bar and the doorway. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Does that give you a pretty good view of most of the main portion of the bar area?
Yes, it does.
And you were in a good enough position to see that there was some sort of an altercation going on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm going to step you through this. Judge, could I just approach?
Yeah, of course.
So I've just started. I'm going to play this all the way through again once. And I'm going to ask you some questions as we go. Now, at some point, you turn your flashlight on, correct, to see what's going on?
Correct. Yes,
This
sir.
individual that's in front of you right now, do you know who that is?
No, I don't.
I think that this pauses well, so.
That's the one course they don't teach you in law school, is how to run a computer.
So, let me set the stage again. You've already identified that this is your body camera. This is where you start, correct? When you start moving towards the incident. Now, you've already told us that they turn the lights on at phases. Do you agree it's still fairly dark inside the boat at this point?
Yes, sir.
It's dark enough for you to want to turn on your flashlight, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Right at this moment. You don't yet have audio, correct?
No, it would be the first 30 seconds where it would go without audio.
You're making your way over. I can't pause it. I'm gonna play this for you again. We'll replay it on identifications. We've now watched this several times. At this point, you're just making your way over, correct?
Correct. Yep.
You activate your flashlight. Now, you just previously said you don't know who this person is, right?
Correct. I don't know who he is.
Did you speak to him?
Nope.
Did he speak to you?
Recording.
So, Officer Smith, is that an accurate recording? Is that what happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, once you previously testified that the individual in that video, he was upset, correct? He was angry, he was upset, he was injured, correct?
Yes, sir.
He repeats over and over again, somebody had punched him in the face.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he says, come fight me. Who just punched me in the face? Come fight me. Now, those are his words, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say that as you followed him and everybody else outside the bar, your body-worn camera continued to record the statements of the individuals involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And even if you didn't hear what people were saying, your body-worn camera certainly recorded a number of statements, correct?
That's accurate. Yes, sir.
The individual in that video, he didn't get carried out of the bar, correct?
No, he walked out.
He walked out. As a matter of fact, you previously testified that he willingly left.
Yes, sir.
And as he's leaving the goat, he says, "Did you see that? Did you see that? Somebody sucker punched me." That's accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as he's leaving, he sort of repeats that. "Did you see that? I got punched in the face."
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you stop in that little sort of front door vestibule area of the goat, correct? At
Yes.
which point you deactivate your body-worn camera because, as far as you're concerned, the incident was over.
Yes, sir.
So at this point, you believe that everybody who was involved in that altercation has been put out of the bar,
Yes, sir.
including the large gentleman with the injury. And you followed them out, right? You didn't lead them out. You didn't have your hands on him in any capacity, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Did at any point you leave to check and see if he required further medical attention?
After the body camera was
Turned off.
I did go up outside approximately a minute or two later.
Was he still out front of the bar at that point?
I didn't see him now.
Okay. So it's fair to say you didn't render him aid or ask him if he needed an ambulance or medical attention at any point?
No, sir.
Did you check to see, again, if any other individuals who might have been involved in the fight needed medical attention?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see if they were all standing together out on the sidewalk?
When I was outside, I wasn't specifically looking for them. It was just me outside, just general officer presence, just me being there.
Okay. So you stepped outside, your testimony is a minute or two later, and you didn't see anybody.
There would be the general crowd waiting for rides to be picked up, etc.
Let me rephrase. You didn't see Mr. John DeLee standing outside the goat when you stepped outside.
No, sir.
You didn't see the other individual that I pointed out that sort of passed in front of your body-worn camera that you didn't recognize.
That's correct. I didn't see him either.
Now, at some point, you were standing inside or outside of the goat when you heard gunshots.
I was outside at that time.
Okay. And as soon as you hear gunshots, did you call dispatch?
Almost immediately. Yes, sir.
And you start making your way up the street towards the sound of gunfire.
Yes, sir.
At this point, are you calling 911 are you calling over the radio that you hear gunshots?
Yes, I did.
You activate your body-worn camera so that it's recording, right?
That's correct.
And again, I could approach the screen, Judge. And this is an accurate representation of you making your way up the street.
Yes, sir. That's me.
Yeah, the jury is staying, yeah, so.
I apologize. And you previously identified that this is the individual who was struck by bullets.
Yes, sir.
And you previously identified this as John.
Recording.
Yes, sir.
He reaches into his waistband right there, tries something on the ground.
Yes,
Put him
sir.
down.
Is that the handgun?
Put
Yes.
it down. Get on your knees. Get on your knees. Get.
Counsel, I don't believe the jurors heard your question.
I understand.
Because the audio came on.
In the video we just watched, as you're walking up to John DeLee, he reaches into his waistband, correct?
Yes, sir.
He takes something out of his waistband,
Yes, sir.
and he puts it on the ground.
Correct.
That's the handgun, right?
Yes, sir.
And he does that almost contemporaneously with you having contact with him.
That's
It's
correct.
very close in time to when you testified that you start to hold him at gunpoint.
Yes, sir.
And that camera, as you previously testified, that recording essentially sees what you're seeing.
Yes, sir.
It hears what you're hearing. So the moment he interacts with you, he's putting the firearm on the ground. he puts his hands up. It's fair to say that he's fully complying with everything you're asking him to do.
Yes, sir.
The exception of one thing, you tell him to get on his face and he doesn't do that, right? He doesn't lie down on the ground.
Correct.
But he stays there with his hands out, yelling at you, they attacked me, it was self-defense.
Judge York, any questions for the witness?
Yeah. Well, I guess it's leading. It's cross, so these are leading questions. Go ahead.
His response to you, if you recall, was to put his hands out and say, it was self-defense, they attacked me. Correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
I have a couple of basic questions about your training, if I could. Were you trained by the Manchester Police Department, or were you trained elsewhere?
My initial training was from the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy.
Okay. And at some point in 2022, you became a Manchester police officer?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you trained by the Manchester Police or by an academy in New Hampshire?
By the Manchester Police Department.
Okay. And you became familiar with the Manchester Police Department use of force guidelines?
Yes, sir.
Now, the use of force guidelines cover a broad spectrum of force usage, correct?
Yes, sir.
From simple control techniques, the use of pepper spray, the use of deadly force, correct?
Judge York, maybe Judge?
So what do you guys think? You think he was doing the whole self-defense thing, or what are you thinking here? You think he's got a strong case for self-defense, or was he really at the bar looking for a fight? Found one and didn't fight. Doesn't make any sense, but hey, what does? What do you think? Please let me know.
Officer Smith, are you trained in the use of pepper spray?
Yes, sir.
Does the Manchester Police Department have policies and procedures about the use of pepper spray?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does the Manchester Police Department consider pepper spray to be a less lethal weapon?
Yes, sir.
And it's a weapon that is used by police as part of their training and experience?
Correct. Yes, sir.
When training or teaching police officers in the use of pepper spray, does the Manchester Police Department train you that the circumstances in which pepper spray could be used could be or could lead to issues around lethal force.
Sustained.
Can you repeat the question?
I'll ask a different
Yeah,
question.
sustained protections.
Is pepper spray, strike that. Does pepper spray have a disabling effect when used on individuals on the street?
Yes, sir.
Does it burn the eyes?
It does.
Does it cause difficulty breathing?
Over.
Does it cause difficulty breathing?
Yes, sir.
When it burns the eyes, can it make it difficult for somebody to see?
Yes, sir.
Have you used pepper spray on somebody in the course of your duties?
No, I have not.
No further questions, Judge.
Can you redirect?
Officer Smith, you testified that pepper spray is a non-lethal form of weapon.
Yes, ma'am.
Accurate? Just to clarify, Officer Smith, so you testified that pepper spray is a less lethal form of a weapon. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why officers use it?
Correct.
One of the purposes? I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, you can step down. Why don't we take the lunch break then? So we will resume at 1 o'clock, okay?
Just waiting to see if there's any hot mic moments. Yep. They heard me. Should have kept my mouth shut. That's what I get. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4 So, obviously, we're on a lunch break now. And we'll see what happens. So, what do you guys think? What do you think? Self-defense? What do we call on this one? You go looking for a fight, and you get one, and you pull out a gun. I don't know. Sad situation. That's about all I could say, really. Yeah. Will you even go to a bar for if you're drinking? Like, seriously, if you're going to a bar and you're going drinking, right? Why would you even bring a gun? I mean, I don't know. Maybe dude's involved. Who knows? You know, maybe he's one of them cats on the street. I don't know. I don't see it. I mean, if you look at him in comparison to the other guy, a lot smaller, but don't let don't let the size of somebody fool you. I'm hearing chatter of, pro fighters and this and that. I don't know. To me, either way, you just take your ass kicking. I mean, you went there looking for a fight, so fight. Go fight. I mean, damn. If that's what you're looking for, man, go for it. Run with it. But who am I? If I'm going looking for a fight, I want to fight. I don't want to, catch the, yeah. Feels like there's something more here that either I'm not privy to because I haven't done enough, research on this, or anything like that. It just seems like there's more to this. This can't be just a simple. Don't get. Yeah, let me back up here for a second. The shit that's going on in our world. It's been going on since the dawn of time. I don't care. I guarantee you go find the same exact case, but some dude beat a dude at a whiskey bar. Or I'm sorry, not a whiskey bar. That's a little too close to home, right? For this one, beat the shit out of somebody with a cane at a saloon back in the day. Who was known to be looking for fights. I mean. It's just, I think that things are getting, we all think they're getting crazier, right? And they are, absolutely. But it's because of people like me, people like everyone else in this world, where it's actually getting put out there now. It's not just it's not a story or a tale from, back in the day. This is something that's going on right now. So, I mean, in certain ways, I feel like, a lot of this stuff is like, holy shit, it's happening right now. This is what's going on in our world. But no, in all reality, this has been going on forever. This is not anything new. And honestly, we were way more brutal back in the day. We were way more brutal. And I'm not saying like, I'm not saying it like, this should have happened or anything like that. Nothing like that. Please don't take me the wrong way. This is a very sad situation. And I don't think the kid should have got gunned down. No, I don't. It's it shouldn't have happened. But at the same time, we all have to play a role, right? Like me personally, right? If I decide that I'm going out drinking, right, I get an Uber, I'm sorry, I've never even gotten an Uber in my life, so I ain't gonna say that. but I have gotten a taxi, right? Because you got to make that decision before you go to the bar, is that you're not going to drive. Or if you are going to drive, then you need to not drink. Going to a bar with a firearm, not a good idea. Not a good idea. There's so many things that could happen. And don't get me wrong. Like I said, if you're going there, you're not drinking, you know, if you have that will, that whatever, and again, I don't know what led up to the original disturbance or whatever you want to call it. It started this. Not going to act like it. I have to do more research. However, I'm not going to a bar looking for a fight and bringing a firearm with me. Now, whether he was going there looking for a fight with that individual or not, I don't know. You know, and if the kid's a pro fighter, then, you know, and you want to fight him, if I'm hearing correctly, you bought that. That's you know, go ahead, do it. Take your ass. You're going to get a lot more respect for that one than doing what you're doing. I don't know. That's just me. You know, I apologize. I'm really off this week. This isn't I don't know what I got going on right now. Yeah, this week's been tough. I'm having a hard time with. I think I got like, I don't know if I don't even consider myself a creator, but I feel like I got creator's block or some shit. It's been a weird week. It's been an odd week. And I'm really trying to put something out decent for everyone to enjoy. And excuse me, because I still have the other thing playing on the back end, so it's not as soon like it's popping up with commercials. So once the commercials come on, it kind of throws me off because I hear it come through. I'm thinking the trial's starting back up, or they're gonna come back on off record or whatever. But I have to keep it going so this way I know when to pop back on. But anyways, I'm doing my best to put out a good product. I don't want to, like yesterday, I wasted the whole trial yesterday. I screwed up. I screwed the whole thing up. So I privated it. I'm going to redo it, I think, or not. You know. But like I said, I want to put out quality product for you guys to enjoy. I don't want it to be this. I don't want it to be this. So, but it comes, I guess it comes with time, right? It comes with time, it comes with experience. And you can always learn. You can always learn. So, you know, I watched the video on X. It's available on X. And you know, I watched a couple different cuts of it. And one's real fast. You could tell that they, you know, it was just a quick slap cut, like that it was like 1 second he's punched in the face, the next second dude draws and, you know, ba. And then I watched another one where it's like a little drag out. So I don't really know what's what. Like you really have to be careful when you're watching these videos because you interpret something a certain way if someone puts it out that way, right? That's why, like, with all my shorts, I really try very hard to keep everything 100% in line, even if it's missing certain little, like I take out the things that don't mean as much. So this way it, but it still stays true to the story and it follows the line of what goes on. But with these videos, people chop them up because they do want things to look a certain way. So now, did the kid throw the first punch? Looked like it. Looked like it. Did dude whip right out? I don't know, because I'm only going by the video that I saw, right? So the video that I saw, dude gets punched, dude whips out, it's over. Okay? As far as I'm concerned, man, you shouldn't have these if you ain't got these. If you ain't got hands, and that should be a prerequisite. I'm sorry. That should be a prerequisite across the board, that you should go to have to do a self-defense class before you can even get it. Because the last thing we need out here is more scared shooters. Facts. You better go learn how to handle your business without steel. Handle your business. Don't be one of these. Don't follow the bullshit. Don't follow these clowns that are out here. And some people have to live that way. Nobody has to live that way, okay, first of all. But some people have legitimately, and it's not even people my age anymore. It's not even people, don't get me wrong, there's other crazy situations, yeah, absolutely. But you got to think, right? You got kids that are just coming up that are legitimately just babies. They don't know nothing. They don't have not a hope, not a prayer. And that is their life. Now, I don't know how these people grow up. I don't know what their deal is. I don't know what their situations are. And I do know this, though. No matter what the demographic is, you're gonna come up on some things, like, situations where, how you doing? It's good to see you. Anyone want to say something to the people? Okay. All right. So, my thing is this, right? We got situations where you're grown, you're born into it, and that's what it is. And not a lot of people can understand that or whatever. And I don't expect people to. I really don't. I don't care if you understand it or not. And I'm not rooting for anyone who's out there doing that at all. It's just but it is part of life, and we all have to get a grip on that, right? I don't know. Yeah. Everybody's way of life is different. That's all I'm saying. And the way you choose to conduct yourself in life is going to define the rest of your life. And not everybody should have a not everybody should have the awesome co-host that I have. The best co-host ever. So Yeah, I'm. So apparently, the pup wants to play, and it is lunchtime. So yeah, let's all go get some lunch, reconvene. It'll be nice to go ahead and get through this. Seems like today's just not going to be my day, though. Wow. If I don't lose 100, at least 100 subscribers over this, I don't even know. But anyways, I appreciate everybody who's sticking in here with me and riding these waves of whatever the hell this is. And I'm going to do what I have to do for a minute. I'm gonna throw this what's call it up and figure out what's going on with my dog. But we will be back here shortly with the trial, obviously. When it returns. You gonna say goodbye? You wanna say goodbye? No. Okay. And now she leaves. So that's that. But yeah, I'm gonna go get some. I'm gonna go get something to eat. Get my blood sugar right. Hopefully, I'll come back a better host. Yeah. I appreciate you all. I do. Anybody who tunes in, everybody comes. I don't care. I appreciate everyone. I really do. And we'll be back. We will be back. I just got to remember what the hell I'm doing. Trying to figure
Hey, Cracker Barrel cheese, tonight's the night. And boy, you are going to shine. Bold, rich, and smooth. Wow, that's impressive. Cracker Barrel cheese. Impressive every time.
Yeah, I don't know what this whole completed is about. Excuse me for the echo. I was yeah, trying to monitor this thing and do some other stuff at this. I don't know. Yeah, I was trying to monitor this, do some things at the same time. So obviously when I came back into the room, I was still on. So I apologize for the echo. Yeah, we're just at a stalemate right now, I guess. I'm gonna set this here microphone thing up, and I'm gonna look around and see if we can find it somewhere else. I don't know what this. I have no clue what the hell's going on right now, which isn't anything new. You will learn this if you stay on with me. Yeah. I'm brand new, and I'm gonna keep at it until it works out. I have a lot of things planned. That's not what I'm here to talk about today, but I am. Excuse me. Just give me 1 minute. I apologize. I guess here we go, right?
All right. You wanted to address an issue before?
So the next witness is going to be a friend of the defendant's ex-girlfriend, Olivia Leonardo. Speaking with defense, there is two things that they intend to elicit. The first of which is during opening, defense alluded to Miss Elliott, or the defendant's ex-girlfriend, claiming that Timmy, in passing by, challenged her to punch him. We filed motion on number 5 that was to exclude any character evidence of Timothy other than specific instances which we laid out, which was granted without an objection from the defense. It's certainly another bad act that was not noticed up, and even if it wasn't, it's not relevant. 403, it's definitely unduly prejudicial and outweighs any potential relevancy. The defendant had no knowledge of that interaction between Abby and Timmy, so it's only an attempt to attack the victim's character.
So, I don't intend to bring it in as, I guess, I don't think it's another bad act. It's not meant to smear his character. It's the mindset that he's in as he's pursuing, and the doggedness with which he is pursuing Mr. DeLee, that, somebody that tries to stop him as he's pursuing Mr. DeLee, he challenges them to a fight on the way so that he can go get Mr. DeLee. So it's not a separate occurrence. I don't think it's another bad act as part of his pursuit of Mr. DeLee.
So give me a proffer as to what you anticipate to, or what you want to elicit.
So, Mr. Pouliot is running up Old Granite Street, and at the time, Mr. DeLee is past the Soho, or just about at the Soho, or just at the entrance to the alleyway. And Mr. Nash and Mr. Mendoza are up by the Soho and across the street, and Mr. Pouliot is walking at a relatively rapid clip up the sidewalk towards Mr. DeLee. And in some of the exhibits, Ms. Abby Elliott Orr, the ex-girlfriend of the defendant, basically chases him down to grab him. She grabs him and tries to stop him. And at that point, he turns to her and they have a very brief interaction where, among other things, he says to her, words or substance, go ahead and punch me in the face. She declines to do so. He escapes that interaction and continues on and confronts Mr. DeLee.
And so this is like in the moments before the sort of final fatal confrontation.
Correct. This is after the altercation between Nash and Mendoza and DeLee, and before the sort of next stage up. So yeah, this is 30 seconds beforehand.
It's well outside of earshot of the defendant. It's down the street. There's no information that anyone else heard of this. And I would say that the video might counter some of the characterization of what Miss Elliott Orr was doing when she physically came into contact with Timothy. But either way, at that time, the defendant is up the street. He had rounded the corner by Soho and has absolutely no relevance to the defendant's state of mind.
Well, but is it not relevant to Mr. Pouliot's state of mind and what's about to happen next?
I don't know what the relevance at that point with his interaction with Olivia, that relevance, Timothy's alleged frustration or confrontation with Abby has on the victim's state of mind with regard to the defendant.
What's your theory?
She's trying to prevent him from having an altercation. She's trying to prevent him from pursuing the defendant. That's the context in which this comes up. And it demonstrates his state of mind at the time that he's pursuing it. Just demonstrates the aggressiveness that he has. We don't have audio of the actual altercation, so we don't know exactly what he's saying to Mr. DeLee and Mr. DeLee saying to him. But I think it's instructive for the jury that at that very moment, that's his state of mind, is that he's combative, he is intending on an altercation with Mr. DeLee, and he'll do what he needs to do to be able to do it, even though somebody else is trying to intervene and prevent him from having an altercation with Mr. DeLee.
I just have to clarify the record, the intervene stuff. She runs up the sidewalk and pushes him physically in the back. Olivia would testify that they were talking shit to each other. That would be her testimony, talking shit to each other back and forth after she pushed him. That may be Miss Elliott Orr's characterization of what she was doing, but the video evidence and the other evidence would undermine that.
Okay. Well, so I guess first off, this isn't 404B evidence by any stretch of the imagination. If there's anything that's intrinsic to the events, this is intrinsic. And so the question then comes down to, is it relevant and is it unfairly prejudicial? The events 30 seconds before the fatal confrontation, I think, are almost obviously relevant. And I don't think it's unfairly prejudicial. I mean, you can, to the extent you disagree with what she's going to say, it sounds like you have plenty of ability to impeach that. So that's what trials are about.
And the other, just the parties of time, the state is not intending on introducing the defendant's racist remarks. So during that portion of the testimony, the state's going to lead Ms. Leonardo through that to try to avoid that coming.
Okay. All right, bring the jury in.
rise for the jury.
Ready to call your next one?
They would call Olivia Leonardo.
So before you're seated, if you can just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Have a seat.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Can you please just state and spell your last name for the record?
Olivia Leonardo, Lonardo.
Thank you. And where are you from, Miss Leonardo?
I grew up in Salem, New Hampshire, but I currently live in Windham, New Hampshire.
Okay. How long have you lived there?
About 4 years, I think.
Okay. So back in January of this year, you would have been living in Windham?
Yes.
Okay. You said you grew up in Salem. Did you go to high school in Salem?
Yes.
Okay. And what type of work do you do?
I'm a graphic designer.
Okay. How long have you been doing that?
I just started my job about 7 months ago.
Okay. All right. So I want to move on and focus on January 28th, really kind of the night of January 27th into the early morning hours of January 28th. Can you describe for us what your plans were as you led into the night of January 27th?
Yeah, so Nicole and I wanted to get together, go out. We were planning on going to the GOAT. We were just trying to think of anyone else we could get to go with us. So that's when we reached out to Abby and asked if she wanted to come with us.
Okay. Abby, what's Abby's last name?
Elliot, or.
Okay. And how did you know her?
We went to high school together,
Okay.
in middle school.
So you guys were friends?
Yes.
Okay. So it was you, Nicole Bergeron, and Miss Elliott, or I assume that you don't call them by their last names?
No.
How do you address them?
I call Nicole and Abby instead of Abigail.
Okay. So I'll use those names to try to eliminate any confusion. So before January of this year, how long had you known Abby and Nicole for?
I had known Abby since about 6th grade, and Nicole and I had been friends since, I'd say, sophomore year of high school.
Did you guys have a plan to meet anyone else when you went out that night?
No.
And so you went to the GOAT. Do you remember about what time you arrived?
I think we got there around 11, and we were standing in line outside.
And were you outside for a while?
Yeah, maybe about 20, 30 minutes.
Okay. And so we're talking somewhere around 11:30 you get it.
I think so.
And what happened shortly after you finally get into the GOAT?
We went to the bar and got drinks and then went down to the dance floor. And pretty soon after that is when Timmy and his friends came up to us.
Okay. Did they introduce themselves?
Yes.
Who introduced themselves to you?
Timmy and Michael.
And how was that interaction? What was that interaction like? What was their demeanor?
We all felt kind of weird. Like, it just didn't feel right. They were being friendly, but it just felt like something was wrong.
And what do you mean by that?
Just kind of a gut feeling. We were just uncomfortable.
Okay. Is that because of how quickly they came up to you?
I think that was probably what had to do with it. Yeah.
And did you know Timmy and Michael before that night?
No.
Okay. And what happened while Timmy and Michael were talking with you, Nicole, and Abby?
John came over to us.
Okay. And did you know John before that night?
I knew of him, but I don't think we've ever spoken before.
How did you know him at all?
We went to high school together.
Okay. And did he know the rest of your friends? Did you all know each other?
Yes.
Okay. And you were all, what was the relationships that everyone else had?
He had dated Abby in the previous summer. And I think he knew of Nicole, but same relationship with him and I, that they never really spoke, to my knowledge.
Okay. And was John alone, or did he have friends with him that night?
He had friends with him.
Okay. So when he first walks up, did he walk up alone, or did he walk up with his friends?
It was just him.
Okay. And do you remember about how many friends he had with him later on?
4 or 5.
Okay. And do you remember any of the specific friends that he had with him?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you remember any of the specific friends that he had with him that night?
I knew Matt, and his friend Gage introduced himself to me, but those were the only people I knew.
Okay. And do you remember Matt's last name?
Soldano.
And how did you know Matt?
We went to high school together.
Okay. So you said when he first came up to you, he came up to you alone.
Mm-hmm.
How would you describe Timmy's size?
Small.
And how would you describe the defendant's size?
Very large.
How would you compare the two?
Complete opposites.
Okay. And what did John say when he first walked up?
He asked Abby something along the lines of, "Why are you talking to this scum?"
And was that the first interaction that you saw the defendant have with Timmy that night?
Yes.
What was Timmy's reaction to the defendant walking up and making this scum comment?
They ended up kind of shaking it off and being like, "It's all good." Shook hands, and everyone kind of walked away.
Okay. And so when they left the group, where was the next place you had any interactions with Timmy or Michael?
A little bit later on, me, Nicole, and Abby went back up to the bar, and Nicole was ordering another drink, and Timmy and Michael came up to us. So that was when we saw them again.
And when you say up to the bar, was it that big bar that's up towards the front, or is it that little side bar off to the side?
The big one, like up the ramp.
Okay. And can you describe for us what happened during that interaction?
Michael and Timmy were telling us that they could knock John out in one punch. They claimed that they were pro fighters. They were just saying that they were going to fight John, and we were just like, we didn't really think that they were serious, so we just ended up walking away.
And where did you, Nicole, and Abby go after that?
Back down to the dance floor, back to John and Matt and that whole group.
And what happened there?
John had asked Abby what was said, and Abby told him they said that they're going to knock you out with one punch.
And what was John's demeanor like to that?
He was kind of just like didn't really seem that it mattered, like just kind of like, okay.
You seem happy that they had said they wanted to knock him out?
I mean, no, but he was just kind of casual about it.
Okay.
Like he wasn't worried.
Okay. And what happened? What happened after that? What did you see next after that?
John went up to the bar where Timmy was, and I saw him talking, kind of standing behind Timmy and talking in his ear. And then things got a little bit heated, and a bouncer or a bartender broke it up, and that's when John came back down to the ramp, back to me, Nicole, and Abby.
And what did the defendant say after he came back down the ramp?
He was saying that he was telling Timmy, like, take it up, we'll take it outside, seeing if he wanted to fight.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you he was scared?
No.
Did he seem scared?
No.
Did he express any worry whatsoever?
No.
Okay. And what happens within a minute or so after the defendant comes back down the ramp? Do you see?
Michael came down the ramp after that, and punched John in the face.
Okay. And did you actually see the punch?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what happened after that altercation?
They fell to the ground and they were fighting. I kind of got pushed like towards the top of the ramp, and Nicole and Abby were still at the bottom.
And where did everyone go after that?
John had gotten kicked out, so we decided that it was time to go home, and we were all walking outside of the goat.
And what did you see as you were leaving the bar?
John was standing outside, bleeding, screaming.
I'm just going to pause right there. Can we back up?
Yeah, sorry.
As you're leaving the bar, what are you seeing in the bar as you're exiting?
Timmy. He was still in the bar, and Abby was talking to him. She pushed him, and then we walked out.
Okay. Moving outside, you said you saw the defendant and he was yelling and screaming, correct?
Yes.
Can you describe his demeanor when he's outside?
Just pure rage.
And what were you and everyone else trying to do as far as the defendant was concerned out there?
We were trying to calm him down. Nicole was trying to clean up where he was bleeding on his face. We were telling him it's not worth it, just go home. But he just kept screaming for people to come fight him, yelling, "Who hit me? Come finish the fight." Yeah.
Was he yelling derogatory names and swears?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we're talking about this is right outside of the goat. You're on that sidewalk area,
Yes.
right? Were any of the defendants friends with him beyond just you, Nicole, and Abby?
Yes, I remember Matt was there. Gage may have been there as well.
Okay. So that when the defendant first walks out and this is all going on and he's screaming, it's you, Nicole, Abby, Gage, and Matt, and obviously the defendant himself.
Yes.
Okay. And what was Matt and Gage trying to do as far as the defendant?
Same thing, calm him down.
And at this point, where was security?
Outside the door of the goat.
Okay. So while he's screaming and he's yelling and angry, how did the calming him down work? Were you able to calm him down?
No.
Were Matt and Gage able to calm him down?
No.
What happened as the defendant was yelling these remarks?
Someone was standing nearby smoking a cigarette, and John began yelling at him, and they started fighting too.
Okay. So you saw a physical altercation between those two?
Yes.
What did you see happen during that fight?
That's when Michael came back, and once that fight had broken up, Michael had pulled out pepper spray and pointed it towards John.
Okay. And I'm going to talk about that. I want to back
Okay.
up just a little bit first. This altercation between the man smoking the cigarette and the defendant, what did you see during that altercation?
They were both fighting, punching each other.
Did you see anyone else get hit during that?
John did hit Abby in that.
Okay, during that altercation. Okay. And so you said Michael came over and he brandished pepper spray, correct? What was the defendant's response to that?
He pulled out his gun.
Okay. And what did you hear and see when that happened?
He took the safety off.
Okay. Did you hear that, see it?
The kind of click.
So you heard a click?
Yeah.
Okay. And where was Timmy at that point?
He was still inside the bar.
And did you see what type of gun it was? Handgun, shotgun, rifle?
Just handgun.
And what was the defendant's demeanor at that time? And by that I mean, did he look in fear? How did he seem?
He was not fearful, just very angry.
Did he ask you guys to call for help?
No.
Did he ask for help from anyone that you saw?
No.
Did he scream out that he was scared, please leave me alone?
No.
Okay. Anything that suggested he wanted to de-escalate the situation whatsoever?
No.
So what happens? So we have Michael's walking across the street. He's brandished pepper spray. Defendant's pulled out the gun. What happens after that?
John dropped the gun, and we were all screaming at him to put it away. Abby was screaming at him to put it away. She said, "Do you want to get arrested? You're being an idiot." And that's when he picked the gun back up, and him and Matt and the other friends started walking down the street. And Michael also walked away.
Okay. Up the street.
Yes.
And you said, so that at some point the defendant drops the gun. With everything going, is there a lot going on at that time?
Yeah.
Would you say fair to characterize chaotic?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Have you? I'll skip ahead. So, what's Abby doing as these two groups start walking up the street? What's Abby doing?
She's trying to chase after him, calling his cell phone, screaming. Nicole was trying to hold her back from running up to John. So we're trying to keep her safe, trying to go home. John and his friends, I had figured that they went home or were going home. Same thing with Michael. I thought that they were just going home.
And what was Abby screaming? Remember?
Something along the lines of, "Put it away, don't do it." It's just trying to hope that he hears her telling him to stop.
And at that point, you're near what area of are you still in front of the goat, or are you a little up the street? Where were you?
We're a little bit further up the street. It was like the Makers, there's like a Makers building next to it.
Manchester Makerspace?
Yeah, that. We were kind of in front of their door.
Okay. And after the groups walked up the street, were you able to see where each of the groups went?
I couldn't really tell. We were mostly focused on Abby's safety.
Okay. After the group has walked away, do you see Timmy at some point again?
Yeah, Timmy walked out of the goat and walked up past us, and started talking to us. And him and Abby were arguing. We just kept telling Abby it's not worth it, let him go.
And do you remember anything he said?
He told us that none of what happened would have happened if we didn't tell John that what they were saying about punching him.
After the groups had walked away, did you hear anything that struck you or caused you concern?
Yeah, about 30 to 45 seconds after he walked away, that's when we heard gunshots.
And what was your response to hearing those gunshots?
Me, Nicole, and Abby ducked, and we kind of just got lower to the ground, and Nicole and I had ran away from the shots, and Abby ran towards them.
You said shots, so you heard multiple gunshots?
Yes.
Okay. And I know this sounds like an obvious question, but you said you ducked. Why were you ducking?
They sounded very, very close. So we were scared that we were going to get shot.
Okay. Were there any cars in the area around when the shooting happened that you saw?
Yes.
Did you see anybody driving or any pedestrians in the area?
Yes.
And after the shooting, what happened immediately after the shooting?
Sirens, running. I saw Michael jump over a snowbank, running away. A bouncer from the GOAT came up to us, asking us if we were okay.
Did you actually, and I apologize, I didn't ask you this before, did you actually see the shooting itself, the gunshots?
No.
So you just heard them?
Yes.
And after this, after the bouncers come and the sirens come, did you see any police come?
Yes.
At any point after that, did you ever see Timothy walk back, or did you ever see Timothy alive after that?
No.
Can you describe, you said that you'd known Abby since the 6th grade.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe for us how that relationship is after this?
We don't speak anymore.
And is it related to this or something else?
Related to this.
Going back to the night of the shooting overall, how much had you had to drink that night?
Nothing.
And did you drink alcohol back then, as
No.
far as just in general?
No, I don't drink.
Okay. If I can just have one moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Lenaro. This is nothing further, Your Honor. I assume defense counsel will have some questions.
Good afternoon, Ms. Leonardo. How old are you?
I'm 23.
And how old were you back in January of 2023?
I was 22.
How old was Abby at the time?
I think she was 22.
Do you know how old John was at the time?
22.
And what about Nicole?
22.
And what about Matthew Soldano?
I'm assuming 22.
And is that because you were in approximately the same year of school?
Yeah.
And what about Gage Chandler? Did he go to school with you also?
I didn't know him at all previously. I think he was a year or two younger than me.
So he was in high school at the same time, but not necessarily in your graduating class?
Yes.
Now, show you States Exhibit 55. Okay. All right, Ms. Leonardo, do you see yourself on the screen?
Yes.
Could you please walk over to the television screen and maybe stand just to this side of it?
Okay.
And if you could point out where you are on screen.
I'm right here in the corner.
Okay, in the bottom right-hand corner,
Yes.
in a sort of light-colored top.
Yes.
And do you see Nicole on screen?
Yes.
Where is Nicole?
Nicole is next to me right here.
Just to your right?
Yes.
And can you see Abby on screen?
Yes.
And is she just to Nicole's right?
Yes.
So the three of you are against that sort of railing, for lack of a better word, correct?
Yes.
And do you see Michael Mendoza?
Yes.
Where's he?
He's right next to me right here.
Okay. And do you see Timothy Pouliot?
Yes.
Where is he?
He's kind of closer to Abby.
Okay. And with the blonde hair, right?
Yes.
And the gentleman with the white hat, do you remember him being there as well?
I do. I don't know his name though.
Do you remember, did he introduce himself as Trenton Nash to your memory?
He may have, but I know that Michael kind of introduced himself to me, and Timmy introduced himself to Nicole. So I wasn't really conversing with.
And this is this the location where you were when John approached?
Yes.
Okay, you can sit down. Now, You had said you didn't get a great feeling during that time,
Correct.
but it was just intuition more than anything else?
Yeah.
And so John comes over and makes a comment to Abby about Timothy or about all three of them?
It was more directed towards Timmy.
But all three of them approached you at the same time, correct?
Yes.
So, and it was fair to say it was whatever the interaction was happening, even though some people might have been having separate conversations, the six of you were kind of interacting independently, correct?
Yeah.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 46. And this one is
I think you forgot to turn the, yeah, there you go.
So this one is only 49 seconds, so we're going to watch it right through as soon as it's booted up on the main screen. Everything seems to have a bit of a delay. All right, while we wait for it to come up, how long were you and how long was the conversation between just the six of you?
Maybe just a couple minutes.
It came on and went right back up. All right. How to make that stay? Can everyone in the jury see this screen here? Okay. Ms. Leonardo, could you come over to this screen?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, great. Sorry, I'm not trying to trip you, I promise. All right. Can you, on this screen, point out where John DeLee is? Okay. And would you say that this is just moments after the end of, or moments after the last video that we had just seen?
Yes.
And this is approximately when John made a comment to Abigail, correct?
Yes.
Excuse me? Yeah, there's no audio on these videos. Okay.
Okay.
killing me with these camera angles. It's by design, though. It's gotta be. Gotta be.
So, were you listening to the conversation between John DeLee and Timothy Pouliot that we just observed?
I heard bits and pieces of it, but nothing super clear.
You can, well, actually, you know what? Let me see that for a moment. Was it a friendly conversation?
Yeah, it was very, I mean, even in their body language, you could tell that they were they were cool, they were good with each other. It seemed that there was no problem between them.
Okay. So now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 47. Is it up on the screen yet? Not yet.
He killed me with this.
Oh. Sorry.
Camera angles.
Just a moment. You know what, you can resume the witness stand, actually.
What?
When you went up to the bar to get a second drink, originally it was you and Nicole only that had gone up to the bar, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Abby and John stayed behind, right?
Yes.
And the area that Abby and John were staying behind was at the bottom of that ramp, right?
Yes.
And those videos that we were just watching, that was like a little bit past the bottom of the ramp, right?
Yeah.
So if you were walking from the main bar down the ramp, you would keep going a little bit to get to the place where the videos were that we were just watching, right?
Mm-hmm.
But John and Abby were standing a little bit closer to the very bottom of the ramp, right?
Yes.
And how long were you at the bar before Abby joined you?
Not very long, at most 30 seconds.
And when Abby joined you, were Timothy and Michael already at the bar at that point?
No, Abby came up to us, said John tried to kiss her, so she wanted to stay with us. And as we were kind of talking to her about what he had told us is when Timmy and Michael came back up to us again.
Okay. And you don't know whether Timothy and Michael overheard Abby's comment about John trying to kiss her, do you?
I don't think they heard, just because it's a very loud environment.
But do you know one way or the other for sure?
No.
And let's talk about the environment. Did you see how Timmy was sort of like trying to reach up to get closer to John's face?
When they were speaking?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fair to say there's a band playing in there, right?
Yes.
And it's pretty crowded in there.
Yep.
So is it fair to say this is a noisy environment?
Yes.
So while you're at the bar, Timothy and Michael speak directly to you three girls, correct?
Yes.
Women, I should say, right? And when Timothy and Michael are speaking to you women, that's when they tell you that they're professional fighters, right?
Yes.
And that's also when they tell you that Timothy says he's not afraid of John, or words to that effect, right?
I don't know if he said that for sure, but I know that he did say that he was a pro fighter.
Okay. And at some point, Michael said something along the lines that he was going to knock John out by the end of the night, right?
Yes.
And did Timothy say anything along those same lines?
I don't remember. I'm not completely sure.
Did you end up getting a drink at that point?
No. If I did, it was like a Sprite. But I mostly just went with Nicole up there because she wanted a drink and I didn't want her to go alone.
Did Nicole get a drink at the time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you leave the bar after you had gotten the drink, or did you leave the bar early in order to get back to tell John what had happened?
No, once Nicole had gotten her drink, we walked back down to where John was.
And did all three of you women tell John what had transpired up at the bar?
No, just Abby.
Where you were there to overhear her telling him?
Yeah.
And did she convey all of the things that you described on the witness stand?
What do you mean?
She told John that they said they were professional fighters, right?
Yes.
And she told John that Michael had said he was going to knock John out by the end of the night, right?
Yep.
And she told John generally to watch his back, right?
Yes.
How long was it after that John went up to the bar?
Maybe a minute, less than a minute.
And did you watch the interaction between John and Timothy up at the bar?
Yes.
And you saw John kind of give him a little shove at some point?
Yes.
And, but you weren't able to hear anything that was being said?
No.
And John came back, right?
Yes.
And I think you said John was stopped by the bouncers on the way back?
In no way. While he was talking to Timmy, the bouncers noticed that they were arguing a little bit, so they kind of separated them. And then that's when he walked back.
All right. You didn't overhear any of that conversation, right?
No.
And so when John comes back, does he say anything about what happened up at the bar?
He tells us that we asked him what happened, and he said that he was telling Timmy, if he wants to fight, let's go outside. Yeah, just kind of recapping what he said, take it outside.
And then it was kind of done, right?
We thought.
John started dancing to the music, right?
I don't really remember.
Were you all having a good time, basically, at that point?
In a way, yeah. We kind of assumed that nothing else was going to happen.
Did you see Timothy actually walk down the ramp?
When?
After the interaction with John at the bar?
I saw Timmy. I don't think I saw Timmy. I saw Michael walk down the ramp when he punched John.
Did you see Timothy and Michael speaking right before Michael punched John?
I saw Timmy kind of walking around the bar, but I don't think he came down the ramp. He didn't come near John, to what I remember.
Did Michael say anything at all to John before punching him?
No.
Did you you have any idea whatsoever that John was about to get punched in the face?
No, I was watching Michael because I was just like, what is he doing? He's just standing there staring. It all kind of just happened really quickly.
John didn't say anything at all to Michael at that time, did he?
No,
John didn't move towards Michael at all, did he?
no,
John didn't make any kind of threats towards Michael.
no.
Would you describe the punch as a sucker punch?
Yeah,
And it was a pretty forceful blow, right?
I guess.
He wound up
Yeah.
and followed all the way through, right?
Hmm.
Did you see whether Michael was wearing any rings at the time?
I didn't.
So John gets brought out of the bar, right?
Hmm.
And when you get outside, Nicole is trying to help clean him up, right?
Hmm.
And he's screaming about who punched him and other stuff, right?
Hmm.
The guy who was smoking the cigarette,
Hmm.
did you see whether he walked across the street or was you just noticed him standing nearby?
I just noticed him standing.
And he was one of those three people that was talking to the three of you women at the beginning of the night, right?
Yes.
What did he say when you first noticed him?
What did the man with the cigarette say?
Yeah.
I don't think he said anything.
At some point, did he end up in a conversation with John?
It was less of a conversation and more of pushing each other.
Hi, Mark Barden at Sandy Hook Promise here. When the gunman shot,
If not towards the end of John fighting with the man smoking a cigarette.
Okay. And up until that very moment, you had no idea that John had a gun with him, right?
No idea.
He didn't say anything about it in your presence,
Not that I heard.
and he didn't show it to you, or he didn't display it in a public way, right?
He didn't display it to me.
And so when Mendoza approaches it, he stands up on top of the snowbank so that he's kind of looking down at John, right?
Yes.
And how close would you say the can of pepper spray was to John's face?
It wasn't right in his face, but maybe like a few feet.
You carry pepper spray, right?
Yes.
And have you ever had to use it?
No.
Do you know how to use it?
Yes.
Was it close enough to use?
Yes.
And you had it with you that night, right?
I did.
But you didn't get it out at that point.
No. I never took it out of my pocket.
So John pulls out the gun and drops it, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you heard that click, was that before or after he dropped the gun?
Before.
And you described it as taking off the safety, but you don't know how this gun works, right?
No.
So you don't know whether he was taking off the safety or doing something else, right?
No.
And have you ever heard of racking a pistol?
No.
Was the sound consistent with pulling back the top of it and letting it go?
Yes.
When he picked up the gun off the ground, did he point it at Michael Mendoza?
No. He pointed it at him when he first took it out of his pocket, but when he picked it back off the ground, he just held it kind of by his leg.
And that's when Michael backed up, right?
Yes.
And when Michael backed up and gave John a little bit of space, that's when John turned around and started walking back up the street, right?
Yes.
John, Matthew, and Gage walked up the street, right?
Yes.
And Michael and Trenton followed them up the street, right?
Yes.
But you and Abby and Nicole stayed behind,
Yes.
even though Abby did not want to stay behind.
Correct.
How long was it before Timothy came walking by?
Within, I'd say like 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes.
And when Abby walks by, I'm sorry, when Timothy walks by, he's not running, but he's moving, right?
He was kind of casually walking.
Fair to say, though, he originally walks past you, and Abby struggles to get away from the two of you and then chases him down, right?
Yeah, and she pushed him for a second time.
And that's when you and Nicole and Abby all have the conversation with Timothy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he dares Abby to punch him in the face, right?
I don't know exactly what he said, but I do remember there being a little arguing. I don't remember exactly what was said. I just remember telling Abby it's not worth it, and to just let it go.
She didn't punch him in the face, did she?
No.
But she did try to tell Timothy not to follow John, right?
I don't know. I don't remember.
At any rate, he got away from Abby, right?
Mm-hmm.
And followed John up the street.
Yes.
Now, at some point after the shooting, you bumped in to Trenton Nash, didn't you?
Yes, as we were leaving to walk back to the car.
the objection is relevance, and so, Attorney Faulkner, what's the relevance?
And so, again, Mr. Nash is involved in joint activity with Mr. Mendoza and with Timothy Pouliot, is expressing remorse for his conduct moments after the shooting demonstrates both consciousness of guilt. It is it's clearly an admission against his interest, penal interest, and also it just demonstrates that the mindset that he knew that he and Mendoza and Pouliot were in the wrong.
All the same reasons that I said up there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, to the extent it's relevant, I think the unfair prejudice outweighs it, because it's not clear what he's apologizing about. I mean, he's not apologizing to the defendant, he's apologizing to this witness and her friends, and that could be interpreted in any number of ways, including that he's sorry that they were present for this. I mean, you know, just not sure that it adds anything to the.
May I approach my notes so that I think
Sure.
it's a little bit more.
Okay, if there's more detail, sure.
So, what she told the police in a recorded interview was that he walked over to us and he looks like he just saw a ghost, and he kept just saying, "I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." And she asked him, "Did anybody get hurt?" And he just looks at me and he's like, "You don't want to know." That's what Trenton Nash tells to Olivia Leonardo.
It's not, to the extent it's relevant, the unfair prejudice outweighs the relevance, so I'm not going to look. Okay, all right, so we'll take a recess, be back in 10 past.
Your Honor, just for ministerial lines, we have a short witness after this, and then our next witness is fairly long, and will be a lot of text stuff, so we may need a second break just to get that set up. So I apologize. I'm going to try to squeeze them in.
All right.
So, yep. We're in recess. I don't know. Fairly uneventful so far. So I kind of expect it to be. I'm just really curious as to see what they're actually going to just like everybody else, right? Waiting for the end. This is it's very conflicting to what has been put out in the media. So I don't know. I don't know what to say. Probably better off saying nothing right now because it doesn't make any sense to me right now. I'm gonna put this back on. Sounds like they're talking again. searching around, trying to find some you know, the indictments, all that paperwork. Should have had all this together. I didn't even plan on doing this one. There's a lot of things that, I don't know, very spontaneous. There's a lot of things that that I cover that I don't even realize that I'm going to be covering until the minute that I'm throwing it together. This is one of those instances. I normally, under normal circumstances, would have things ready to go for times like this, right? And I will, moving forward. I'm gonna start doing a little bit more work on actually finding. I like to be spontaneous because I want to give my full and 100% into it. And I feel like if I know too much, right, then I'm not going to be able to give my raw opinion on what, what's going on or what, what's being said in the courtroom. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. This is it right now. And again, I'm just getting started up here. So I appreciate everyone who is sticking with me regardless. I really do. And even the people that aren't sticking with me, you'll be back. That's a guarantee. You'll be back. This is just the beginning. Everything's been thrown together, and I'm just running with it. It's a lot to do. It's a lot to do on your own. It is and it isn't. Anyone who does this kind of understands that, or does understand that. Yeah, holy shit, I am off today. This is why I've been staying off, because I'm just not where I need to be. And yeah, I apologize. I really apologize. The last thing I want to do is be up here talking about me. It goes against everything that I feel and the reasons why I'm on here. And yeah, like, it's been a tough couple weeks, and I apologize. I'm just gonna leave that there. I'm gonna keep trying to explain unexplainable shit right now, things that I can't talk about. I do appreciate everyone. Thank you.
Ms. Leonardo, I have no further questions of you, but I understand the state may have some.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so you saw a couple of seconds and video clips there, and we ID'd some people. Do you see John DeLee in the courtroom right now?
I do.
Can you just, if you can point out where he is, and for the record, which is recorded via audio, can you just grab a piece of clothing he's wearing?
Yep, he's sitting over there wearing a blue tie.
And Your Honor, if the court can reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. Thank you. I want to talk a little bit just about a couple of things, or go back to. So that moment that Mr. Mendoza takes that swing at the defendant, bars loud. I heard you testifying to that.
Yes.
Okay. Would you consider that moment fairly chaotic?
Yes.
Was there a lot going on?
Yes.
Okay. And you would testify you weren't anticipating on seeing a fight right then?
No.
Okay. Similarly, when you're outside and this happens with the man with the cigarette and the defendant, a lot going on?
Yes.
You reference the defendant, he's screaming, yelling,
Yes.
right? And there's Abby is screaming.
Yes.
Okay, there's a lot going on. With everything,
Yes, sorry.
apologize. Given that everything's going on chaotic, would you be surprised if there's some things, just hypothetically, that were different if they were captured on video than exactly what you're saying right now? Ms. Leonardo, if the video showed, for example, that Mr. Nash did not actually swing at the defendant, does your memory reflect something differently?
Yes.
I don't remember who threw the first punch with that fight. Yeah, I just remember there being a fight.
Okay. You just remember that something was going on?
Yes.
Okay. You also mentioned that Mr. Nash, or Trenton, the man with the cigarette, and Michael walked up the street, correct?
Yes.
And that was after the defendant and his friends were walking up the sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay. You had testified earlier, you didn't end up seeing where anyone went?
No.
As far as you didn't see if somebody went to a parking lot or a different street or anything?
No.
Okay. Just one second. There's nothing further.
Any further recross?
No further questions.
Okay, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right, ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Jeffrey Beleza.
Seated, if you can just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help God?
I swear.
Please have a seat.
Officer Beleza, could you state your name and spell your first and last name for the record, please?
Yep, that's Officer Jeffrey Beleza, Jeffrey Belleza.
Thank you. Where are you currently employed?
The Manchester Police Department.
And how long have you worked for Manchester?
3 years.
Are you certified as a full-time officer?
I am.
I'm going to turn your attention right now to January 28th, 2023. Were you working that night?
I was.
Or I should say early morning?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What shift were you on?
The midnight shift.
So you had started on the 27th and you're going into the morning of the 28th?
That is correct.
As part of your duties that night, did you respond to 50 Old Granite Street in Manchester?
I did.
And why did you respond there?
I responded for a call of shots fired.
Do you know which officer was reporting shots fired?
That was Officer Eric Smith.
Where were you when you heard that call come out?
I was near the Delta Dental Stadium, the Fisher Cat Stadium, in that general area.
Okay, so how long did it take you to arrive at the old Granite Street location from where you were?
I would say less than 2 minutes.
Were you on foot or were you in a car?
I was in my vehicle.
What did you observe when you arrived at the scene?
I observed a large crowd, and I observed Officer Smith detaining somebody at gunpoint.
Had you seen, I think we know this, but you hadn't seen any of the events that led up to that point, is that?
That is correct.
Correct, okay. What did you do at that point?
At that point, I ran out to assist Officer Smith in detaining a subject.
And what was your role in the detention?
My role was providing commands to that subject and then actually putting handcuffs on him.
And while you were putting handcuffs on this person, where was Officer Smith?
Officer Smith was to the left of me, just providing cover.
Were you aware whether the person had a weapon at all when you arrived?
I was aware of a weapon that was on the ground near Officer Smith. However, we weren't sure if we had another one, so at that point, we were still trying to find out.
Okay, but you were aware that there was a weapon on the ground?
That is correct.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today, one that you detained?
I do.
Can you describe that person for something that he's wearing?
From that night or to right now? I'm sorry.
Could you describe what he's wearing right now?
He's wearing a dark suit with a blue tie.
May the record reflect that the officers identified the defendant, Your Honor. Were you so you were in full uniform, you were in your normal gear that night when you
That is
responded?
correct.
Okay, so were you wearing a body cam?
I was.
Did you activate it at some point that night?
I did.
When did you activate? Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Right after I got out of my cruiser, I had attempted to activate it. Realized it activated right when I pulled my weapon out.
And your body cam, like most, doesn't have sound immediately when it starts, is that correct?
That is correct.
So there's the video, but not the audio immediately?
That is correct.
Have you had the opportunity to review your body cam footage from this period of the night where you detained the defendant?
I have.
So I'm going to show you what's been entered as State's Exhibit 71. Is this the beginning of your body cam footage?
This is.
Okay. And I know it's a little blurry, but can you tell us, just orient us, what are we looking at right as this starts?
So you are, what you can see is the defendant in the sweatshirt in front of me. I have my gun out, giving him commands at this point.
And where's Officer Smith in relation to you?
He's probably about 5 feet to my left.
Put your arms down. Look on your face. This was about 3 minutes ago. Was it this guy? Dude, you cooking. Punch me in the face, you people. Hey, shut me out. Hey, I got him. Hey, for now, just turn around. You're in custody for now, okay? Fucking situation. Where's your gun? Hey, Sarge, they think he went to a market basket. No, dude. What's the description? Where's the fucking other guy? Dude, what over there? I'll see. I don't know. Stand up. Just stand up. It was 3. Okay, hey, you're in cuffs right now, so just shut up. Dude, it was self-defense, dude. There was 3 of them. They punched me in the face. Back the fuck up! Go that way! Back up! Back up! Guys, get down! It was self-defense, I swear it was self-defense. Take this that way, please. Got it.
Staying a fine right now. We're gonna ask you a bunch of questions, just you entertain.
So your body cam continued after that point, correct?
That is correct.
So I'll just give another. So I'll remind you again, ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to see the remainder of the video based on pretrial rulings in the case. So don't speculate about the portions you're not seeing. Okay.
Did you observe any injuries to the defendant when you were dealing with him?
I did.
Detention. What did you observe?
I observed a laceration. I believe it was above his left eye.
And how deep did this laceration appear to be, just from your visual?
It looked pretty minor. It looked fresh, but it was pretty minor.
Okay. In the time that you were with the defendant at the scene, did he receive any sort of medical attention for that?
From what I can remember, we brought him to be seen by AMR, and he refused medical attention.
And what's AMR?
Sorry, it's the ambulance service for Manchester.
Were they on scene, or did you have to bring him someplace?
They were on scene as soon as the scene was secured.
And he refused to have them look at it? Or?
That is correct.
Let me just have a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further for you. Defense counsel, any questions?
When you say that Mr. DeLee refused medical attention, do you just mean that he wasn't transported to the hospital or anything along those lines?
That is correct.
He was actually seen by medical staff, correct?
That's correct.
And he didn't refuse to see them or refuse to be looked at, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, throughout the entirety of your interactions with Mr. DeLee, he cooperated with every directive he was given by the police, correct?
That is correct.
He never provided any kind of physical or verbal resistance of any kind, correct?
That is correct.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor? No further questions, Your Honor.
Further?
State, Your Honor.
Okay. You can step down. Yeah, do you want to take a immediate break?
Yes.
All right, so we're going to just take a short break so we're not watching lawyers fumble with technology again. So hopefully we can get it going without us all staring at them, okay? So take a short break.
It's almost as painful as watching me fumble around. between the sidebars and between the sidebars and the text. Boy. And then my performance. I mean, shit. It don't get any better than this, right, folks? Holy.
No more broken handles or uncomfortable hand vibrations that don't help with cleaning tasks. Sonoshi is designed for optimal balance.
And Sonoshi. Shout out to my man Tommy Thunder, for real. Always in here, always supporting. Salute to you, sir. I really do appreciate you, man. I really do. Appreciate everybody who supports me. But Tommy Thunder, he's on a whole nother level. Thunder. That level. Gonna come up with something for later on. Can actually laugh, enjoy. Yeah, switch it up. The doom and gloom is just getting me. Yeah. This is a very, very important trial for a lot of reasons. I said it yesterday. I had to put that on private because I screwed up and muted the screen during a time like this, right? I did one of them. And then I ran the entire stream like that. So I have to pay better attention. But yes, yeah, see, I'm just not, today's just not, yeah. But doing something later on, if anybody watches this, I appreciate you. I hope you come back later. I'm doing something different, something a little more fun. We're going to go over, probably go over some other interesting things. What I was trying to say is I keep losing my train of thought, man. I'm sorry. Yeah. What I was trying to say is that this is a very, very important case for a lot of reasons. From what I'm gathering, they have pretty strict laws on self-defense. Kind of, stand your ground type thing, and you don't need to retreat. Which is, I don't think that, all right, so I don't think that's a bad law, right? I believe in a castle doctrine. I believe in a stand your ground. Absolutely. It's just how is it being used? You know, like if it's like if you're using it as a tool, like, and I'm not with it. You know, if you're using it as a tool, if you got a serious situation and you got to protect your family, by all means, by all means. And like, but in order to use this as a self-defense, I just don't see it. Like, I don't see unless I'm completely confused and I got the wrong person mixed with the wrong person, right? I don't care if the dude said that he was Golden Gloves. I don't care if he said he was, whatever. The other guy apparently was there to look for a fight. Well, if Timothy was really a professional fighter, he had his opportunity right there. There's your opportunity to fight. But if you want to fight, why'd you bring the old pow? Why would you do that? If you want to throw hands, right? I don't know, man. So, like I said, I believe in the castle doctrines. I believe in a lot of the laws that there are in place. Don't believe that you should have to retreat. That, to me, is insane. These laws need to get a little more concise. You can't just leave these wide open loopholes where it's like, oh yeah, well, we had to retreat. Well, what do you mean you have to retreat? How do you sometimes where are you going to go? There's nowhere to go. It's not, when they made these laws, I don't believe that they were making them with. Maybe they were. Maybe they're that old, the laws, and a lot of them have been changed over the years. But to me, this seems more like I'm just gonna call it self-defense. I don't know though. I don't know. We'll see what it is. We'll see what it is. Here we go.
Thank you. The state calls Detective Brendan Langton. Detective, just watch your step over those cords and then just you can go by that TV.
Before you're seated, solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat.
Thank you, Detective Langton. For the record, can you just state and spell your last name for the record?
Brendan Langton, Langton.
What's really going on?
And Detective, where do you work?
The Manchester, New Hampshire Police Department.
And how long have you worked there for?
Over 7.5 years.
7.5 years. Is this your first law enforcement job?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And What's your current assignment with Manchester PD?
I'm a detective within the
Thank you.
domestic violence unit where I've been for 2.5 years.
And what types of crimes and investigations do you do?
Assaults, sexual assaults, homicides, shootings, burglaries, harassment, stalking, and the list goes on from there.
And in addition to investigating like interviews and things like that, do you investigate crime scenes?
Yes, I do.
Actual scenes?
Yes.
Do you have any specialized experience or training with regard to documenting and processing crime scenes?
Yes, I have basic and advanced death and homicide training, shooting scene documentation, crime scene processing, sexual assault scene processing as well.
I want to take you back to Saturday, January 28th. Were you assigned to assist with the shooting of Timothy Pouliot?
I was.
And when you arrived at the scene, was that scene secured by law enforcement?
It was.
And how was it secured?
By midnight patrol officers.
And does that prevent anyone that's not authorized to be in there from going in and out of the scene?
Yes, that's correct.
And why is it important to restrict access like that to the scene?
To preserve the scene itself.
Okay. And with regard to that specific investigation, what was your role?
Evidence collection and scene processing.
And what areas of the scene did you investigate?
Where there were articles of evidence articles that we deemed to be evidence to be documented and secured.
And was that along Old Granite Street?
It was, yes.
And that alleyway adjacent to Soho Bistro?
Yes.
Okay. And you said as an evidence technician, what was your responsibility in that role?
Taking the articles of evidence, giving them evidence identifying markers for each piece of evidence. So when we have a piece of evidence, we identify it with an identifying marker. All my evidence, I identify it as BML. Those are my initials with a dash, and then follows a numerical system identifying each piece of evidence.
And so what were your initials? I apologize if you said
BML.
BML. Okay.
Yes.
And what? Who else helped process the scene that night? Were there other officers, or was it just you?
Detective Bombard and Detective Bergeron Rosa.
And were you at the scene when it was photographed and measured?
I was, yes.
And days later, were aerial photographs taken of the scene as well?
Yes, they were.
And have you reviewed those photographs?
I did, yes.
Okay. And did those photographs reasonably and accurately reflect the layout of that general area?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And roughly how many photographs were taken? Dozens, hundreds of photographs of the scene?
Hundreds.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you to go through every single one, so we'll just go through some here today. So I want to start with, this is State's Exhibit 2, which we've seen. Do you recognize this area? You can.
Yeah, is it okay if I?
That one or that screen?
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
If you want to get down and point something out, Your Honor, do you mind if the witness steps down? Detective Langton, you may step down and direct us.
Okay. So right here is east and west on Old Granite Street here, and then Hampshire Lane right here to the east side of Soho. Or excuse me, Hampshire Lane is here to the east side of Soho.
Okay. And that's the area you searched?
Yes, within this area here.
Okay. And moving on to States 4, do you recognize this area?
Yes, that is the business The Goat. The Goat.
So what direction would be the Southern New Hampshire arena if we're looking at the Goat?
Easterly. So this is west of the Southern New Hampshire arena.
And moving on to States 5, this area, what is this?
This is just east of where the Goat is, heading towards this new arena.
And what business is depicted in that photograph?
Manchester Makers Space.
All right. Moving on to States Exhibit 6. Can you just help orient us and describe what we're seeing in this photograph?
This is in the center of Old Granite Street, facing easterly. As you can see, the Southern New Hampshire arena here is in the backdrop.
Okay, and I want to just point out a few things that we can see. There is, across the middle of the screen is a yellow tape or ribbon. What is that?
That's cordoning off where our crime scene is.
And just beyond that, between that and the Southern New Hampshire Arena, we can see a white object in the middle of the street.
Yes,
And what is that object?
that is the body of Timothy Pouliot.
Okay. And then just beyond there, and we'll have some closer photographs, but we can see some things in the roadway. What are those?
Those are evidence markers.
Okay. Moving on to state 7. Is this the same general direction, but also capturing the Bank of America parking lot?
It is, yes, facing northeasterly.
And state 8. What is this a photograph from?
This is in front of Hampshire Lane, northeast of Soho, where the body was located.
And is that yellow?
General area.
I apologize. Does that yellow circle depict that area where that Timothy's body was?
Yes.
And state 9. Can you just orient us?
This is facing northerly. This is the same general area as the previous photo, but we're just facing north here. And the Southern New Hampshire Arena would be right here.
And moving on to states 10. This is a little bit closer of that footage, or excuse me, that angle we saw earlier, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And now we can start to see those yellow markers that you were talking about a little bit better?
Yes.
States 11. Can you tell us where we're looking from?
This is facing westerly. Elm Street is just behind where this photograph was taken. The Kanoko gas station is just off of right here, and this is that same alleyway from the other photos that I've been talking about.
Okay. Moving a little bit closer, states 12. Is this just a close-up?
Yes, it is a mid-range photo in front of Soho.
And again, we can see those yellow markers.
That's correct, yes.
And we'll talk a little bit more about each one, but just generally, what were those evidence markers? Why were they placed in those locations?
Those are identifying where pieces of evidence that we were to collect, where they were located within the scene.
And you recall generally what those pieces of evidence were?
Yes, generally, yes.
And what were they?
Shell casings, bullet defects that we did not collect but we photographed, and personal belongings as well.
When you say bullet defects, can you describe for us what you mean by that?
A divot within the road that we identify or believe to be bullet defects.
Okay. And states 13, what is this a photograph of?
Personal effects from Timothy Pouliot.
So these are the contents of his pockets?
Yes.
Any weapons?
No.
Okay. Moving on to states 14, starting to look to the right a little bit, correct?
Yes, this is looking south, a little southwest across from Soho. And the Bank of America parking lot is right here.
And then from this perspective, on states 15, is this looking to our left from that previous position?
Yes.
In state 16, can you just describe for record purposes what we're seeing in this photograph?
Evidence markers that are in the center of Old Granite Street, just north of the alleyway.
And top of the picture, is that looking down Hampshire Lane?
It is, yes, southerly.
And now state 17, where's this photograph taken from?
Looking northerly, so the previous photo was taken facing southerly up by where that manhole cover is to where the detective is shooting northerly here.
And states 18?
This is just north of where that manhole cover was that we saw in the previous photo, facing southeast where the Kanoko gas station is.
And moving on to states 19, can you just tell us what we're seeing in this photograph?
This is the sidewalk on the north side of Kanoko, an evidence marker BML1. The firearm is seen within this photograph.
So in that yellow box right there?
Yes, that's correct.
And was that firearm collected?
Yes, it was.
And did you give it one of those evidence numbers that you had spoken about earlier?
I did.
And what was that evidence number?
BML1.
And did that firearm have a magazine in it?
It did, yes.
And did that also get a separate evidence number?
Yes.
And what was that evidence number?
BML1A.
And what is this photograph showing?
This is the firearm BML-1A, or excuse me, BML-1.
And with regard to the firearm, was there a round in the chamber?
There was, yes.
Okay. Was that the item that was labeled BLM-A, the bullet that was in the chamber?
I'd have to look back at my notes there.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Right.
Defense, Bates 709.
Let me have that just refresher real quick. So the magazine was BML-1B, and the chambered round was A.
Did that refresher info?
It did, yes.
And just to clarify the record, can you just describe for us or tell us what the evidence number was for the magazine?
The magazine was BML-1B.
And the round in the chamber?
BML-1A.
Okay, thank you. Now, this firearm is a semi-automatic firearm, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. When a casing is ejected from the firearm, does every casing go to the exact same spot?
No.
Okay. And what are some of the things that can happen when a casing is ejected onto, say, a hard surface like a piece of pavement?
It can roll depending on the weather. If it's windy, it'll be within a general area. But when the cartridge casing's ejected, it can hit the ground. It could hit the curb or granite curbing, and then deflect off of that, or whatever surface that it's striking. It could end up deflecting or rolling away, but you'll be able to see a general area where the cartridge casings end up landing.
And if there's people walking through, running through, things like that, are the casings easily disturbed or are they not easily disturbed?
They could potentially be easily disturbed depending on the amount of people that are running through that area.
Okay. So the casing location just gives you, I think you said, a general area of where the gun fired.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So going back to those, going on to that next photograph. So you said the magazine was BLM 1B.
Yeah, BML-1 B, yes, was the magazine.
Okay, and do you see that in the photograph?
I do, yes, right here.
Okay, and you just pointed to the right side of the photograph?
I did, yes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 22, is this just a close-up of those evidence markers and Timothy's body that we talked about earlier?
It is, yes.
What, moving on to State's 23, what was 20? What was evidence marker 20 marking?
If I believe correctly, BML 20 was the bullet defect that was in the road.
And did you find casings in this investigation?
Yes, we did.
How many casings did you find?
Would I be able to look back at my notes for the exact number?
Yes. Your Honor, may I approach? Defense, same. Langton, how many casings did you find?
There were 9 cartridge casings.
Okay. And were each one of those photographed and marked with a evidence marker?
Yes, they were.
Okay. This is State's Exhibit 24. Is this one of those casings?
Yes, it is.
And State's Exhibit 25, is this another one of those casings?
Yes, it is.
And this is State's Exhibit 26. Is this one of those casings?
Yes, it is.
And State's Exhibit 27?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 28, is that one of those casings?
Yes, it is.
And State's Exhibit 29, is that
Yes.
one of those?
That is the same, yes.
And State's Exhibit 30?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 31?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 32?
Yes.
And those were the 9 casings that you found?
That's correct, yes.
And those were found in the general area where we saw the yellow markers around the corner of Soho Bistro?
Yes, that's correct.
Just one second. Detective, you can have a seat. Your Honor, State has no further questions. I think that's fine. Thank you. Yes, please.
Judge, I have a number of exhibits that I may ask to be published to the jury as I go through them. They're exhibits that are already in evidence, so unless there's any objection to that. Okay. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, Detective, just to set the scene for us, how soon after the incident call-out did you arrive?
I don't recall exactly how long, but it was a few hours, if I remember correctly, sir.
Okay. So, you typically get a call how long after an incident takes place to collect evidence?
It really depends on how quickly the evidence gets relayed from the patrol division to supervisors, and then the supervisors then call us. It could be a half hour, it could be an hour. It really all depends on the information that's coming in, sir.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene, I believe you already testified to the fact that the scene had been secured by members of the patrol division?
That's correct, yes.
And when you mean secured, you mean that officers had, for instance, put up things like yellow tape, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Is it you or another detective that puts down evidence markers, or are those put down by the patrol division?
Some were put down by the patrol division, and then others were put down throughout our evidence collection, sir.
When you arrived on scene, were some of those evidence markers already there?
Yes.
You identified a number of photographs previously. I'd like you to take a look at them again. This is State's Exhibit 11, if I could approach this. Yes. You previously identified this, and I just asked you to describe it again for the jury.
So this photo is facing westerly in the center of Old Granite Street in front of Soho.
Okay. Now, this area is well lit, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so there are street lights here?
Yes.
Okay. If I could publish this to the jury, Judge. Now, Detective, you previously identified a number of photographs of an alleyway that intersects with Old Granite Street, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you'd be able to identify the photos that you previously identified, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, it's fair to say that you arrived on scene several hours after the incident, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. To your recollection or your knowledge, did the incident take place at night?
Yes.
Those two photographs that I've just handed you, are those consistent with the photographs you just identified on behalf of the state?
That's correct, yes.
Are those two photographs pictures of the alleyway that abuts with Old Granite with the Soho Bistro on the corner?
Yes.
Okay. And those were taken at night, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the incident occurred at night?
Yes.
Yes.
15
That would be State's Exhibit 15 and State's Exhibit 16. Now, when you arrive on scene, part of your job was to take pictures of what the scene looked like, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that was to adequately document what everything looked like at the moment that patrol officers arrived on scene, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's to document it so that it could be shown to the jury as best as possible what the scene looked like when you arrived.
Yes.
Okay. And that includes the collection of all the other evidence, including the shell casings and everything like that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You previously spoke to to the state's attorney about what you identified as BML-1A. Strike that. BML-1.
Yes.
That's the Glock firearm, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you took photographs of that firearm?
Yes. Detective Bergeron also took photos of the
Okay.
firearm.
Were you present when you took pictures of that?
I was, yes.
Okay. And you were able to identify that photograph, correct?
Yes.
Is this that photograph?
Yes, it is.
This is State's Exhibit 20. State's Exhibit 20 is a photograph of the Glock handgun as it existed at the moment that you arrived on scene with Detective Bergeron, you stated?
Detective Bergeron Rosa and Detective Bombard.
Okay. Is that an accurate representation of what it looked like?
Yes,
Okay. Is there ice on that firearm?
it appears so, yes.
Is there snow on the ground that night?
Yes, there was.
Was it cold out?
Yes.
I apologize, Judge. I'd asked to publish that to the jury.
Oh, yeah, of course. If it's a full exhibit, you can publish it.
Are you the detective that secured that firearm to be essentially turned into evidence?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. When you secure a firearm, do you follow up a standard procedure prescribed by the Manchester Police Department?
I clear the firearm, to any firearm that I come in contact with, I clear it to make it safe prior to putting it into evidence.
Okay. So you document where you find the firearm on the ground by taking a picture of it?
Yes,
Okay. Then you take that firearm and you clear it. By clearing it, you mean you remove the magazine, correct?
yes, I removed the magazine, yes.
And then you check the chamber to make sure that there are no live rounds.
That is correct.
And that's the procedure you used in this case.
I did, yes.
You picked up the firearm, you removed the magazine,
Yes,
and you cleared the chamber of it.
I did.
And you previously testified that there was a live round in the chamber?
That's correct, yes.
Were there also live rounds in the magazine?
There was.
Okay. And then you placed those items into a evidence box?
I did, yes.
And those evidence boxes were secured and sealed?
That's correct, yes.
And so you would have placed the magazine with ammunition in one box and the firearm in another one?
That's correct, yes.
And you placed the magazine into that box as you found it with however many rounds were loaded into it, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay. And then you placed the separate chambered round into another box, or with the magazine or with the firearm, I'm not sure which.
Yes.
Okay. And then you took a photograph of the firearm in its cleared state,
Yes,
and that's this photograph.
that'd be correct, yes.
And this is State's Exhibit 21, after published. And that's standard procedure, right?
Yes, sir.
And that documents, at least for all of us, that the firearm was found loaded with rounds in the magazine and in the chamber, correct?
Yes,
And that was all documented in a police report?
yes,
And you're able to get those evidence designators, the BML 1, 2, 3, 4, because you all documented that in a report, correct?
yes.
Just one moment. Detective, did you document the number of rounds in the magazine?
I don't recall, sir.
Would it be in your report?
I would have to look back at my report, sir.
Do you have your report in front of you by any chance?
I do not.
Detective, I'm gonna approach. Would you say that your memory is exhausted as to whether there were 4 rounds in the magazine?
I don't recall how many rounds there were, sir.
If I showed you the report, would that help?
Yes, I would.
I would just ask you to read it yourself. Let me know when you're done. you able to locate that anywhere in your report?
Yes.
How many rounds were in the magazine?
I listed it as unknown number of rounds.
Okay, so you didn't
Within my
you
report.
didn't unload the magazine?
No, I did not.
But there were rounds in the magazine?
Yes.
And there was one live round in the chamber?
Yes.
No further questions?
Thank you, Ron.
Actually, if you want to just give that report back to the attorney.
Yes.
I'm just really having a hard time, man, with the whole.
So it looks like we are going to end a little early today. They're going to take a witness out of order here, so due to availability of a witness who had other non-negotiable plans. The defense is going to call a witness at this point, or next, first thing tomorrow morning. So we're going to interrupt the state's case at this point, but allow the defense to put on a witness. It happens sometimes in cases. And then the state will resume with its evidence, okay? So we will see you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. And we're still on track, so we're still on track for timing, so, okay? Thank you. So I just wanted to spend a moment talking about jury instructions in a big picture, not in the weeds at the moment. So I guess I want to see what the state's position is about. It sounds like, I mean, there's no question self-defense instructions are appropriate. I guess the question is, what's your position on provocation, manslaughter, and then reckless manslaughter?
We don't object to the reckless manslaughter as far as provocation. We object, it's just not, this doesn't rise to the extreme. We can file something for your honor if it's great, but this doesn't rise to the level of extreme provocation that necessitates a provocation instruction.
Okay. Yeah, some case law would be helpful, but.
There's a case that I'm taking out, just drawing a blank right now.
Okay. So what I was going to do is redistribute the instructions. I've included the lesser included reckless manslaughter instruction in there. And I went back, I read Soho, and I read, what's this? Soto, and there's another case that comes after that on provocation manslaughter. So I have the instruction in there. I'm not prejudging your argument yet, but it's easier for me to have it in and then take it out than it is to add it later. So I was going to distribute a new draft today, reserving ultimate judgment until I hear all the evidence on the provocation manslaughter. So the way I've got it structured is a little bit different than Soto and the other case, which I'm drawing a blank on, that came after that. I don't have provocation manslaughter explicitly delineated as one of the elements of murder. It doesn't really, I mean, Soto was different, and that other case was closer to what we're dealing with. And I think, I mean, the statute says provocation manslaughter is murder, except that it can be reduced upon extreme provocation. And so I think it makes most sense for the jury to have to find whether or not the defendant is guilty, not find whether he's guilty or not guilty, but whether the state met the elements of second-degree murder, including, you know, disproving self-defense. And only if they find those elements do they go on to determine whether the state has disproved the provocation beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's why I've got it structured the way it does, because it's really hard to explain to the jury what verdict they should return if you include the provocation within the elements of murder itself. So, and again, you know, whether that is appropriate based on the facts here is a separate question and sort of the structure. So I just wanted to explain to you what I had done in structuring the instructions. If you think that's wrong, I obviously want to hear that. But that was my thought process.
So my reaction to that is I think there's a bit of sense to that. I'm just not sure that the case law doesn't require it to be done the other way.
Well, the case I'm thinking about that comes after Soto actually doesn't require it. It said, you know, the trial court didn't give it that way, and the trial court, I think, in that case, I wish I could remember, it starts with a D, Decato? No, it's not Decato, it's something like that. But the trial court sort of didn't do it the way I'm doing it either in that case, and yet I think that the ultimate point of that post-Soto case was that so long as the instructions clearly communicate to the jury that it's the state's burden to disprove provocation beyond a reasonable doubt, that the instructions are appropriate. And for the reasons I said, I think including the provocation within one of the delineated elements of murder makes it incredibly complicated and confusing for the jury to understand it. So I think based on that subsequent case, it's an appropriate instruction, and you know, I think it's easier for the jury to understand what they're supposed to do that way. Soto was not really akin to this because there they had an acquittal first instruction, which we don't need in this case, and so the reason that they did provocation within murder is because of the way the acquittal first instruction. We don't need to get into all the nuances of that, but I think that in that case, it's easily distinguishable from this, and so that's why I structured it differently than Soto recommends. So, all right, so I'll distribute that this evening. If there's anything else you think I missed, let's talk about that tomorrow. Okay? Thank you.
All right, well, so that's that. We'll resume this again tomorrow. This is a sad case. It really is. Just like every other case, sad. It's just sad. But this is life. We're here. We're doing it. Doing this thing called life. Hopefully, things will start to speed up a little bit here. Yeah. What do you Thank you very much. I appreciate you showing up. Boy, I'm going to come back on, get some things together, and then come back on, do, I don't know, something. We got to laugh. We need some laughs. Can't always be this. It can't always be this. But God bless everyone involved in this case. Everybody who's not involved in this case. We'll see where it goes. Start back up tomorrow with this one. Well, thank you for tuning in. And I'll see you tomorrow. Unbelievable. God bless all the best. The worst host. Out. Goodbye. Out. What does that even mean? God, I gotta stop.